the board. And our beloved guest, may I call us all now to a meditative thought to be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This meeting is held in accordance with the Freedom of Information Act. The news media has been notified and a copy of the agenda has been made available to the public. This meeting is open to the public and the public is welcome to attend in person. All persons wishing to attend the meeting by virtual means may do so via YouTube Sumter School District board meetings and Sumter School District Facebook page. The vision for our district. Sumter School District is committed to educating, empowering, and enriching the lives of all students to reach their full potential. And our mission, the Sumter School District is committed to providing a safe, nurturing, and high-quality educational environment that supports diversity and equips students for local and global success. I'm Ralph Canty, and I serve as chair, and I represent Area 3. To my right is Ms. Bonnie Disney, Esquire, vice chair, represents Area 9. To my left is Dr. Sean Reagan, who's our clerk, representing Area 5. Next to him is Ms. Brittany English, who represents Area 2, and next to her is Mr. Daniel Palumbo, who represents Area 1. And to my right is Ms. Tara Kaiser Johnson, who represents Area 4. Mr. Jeff Zell, who represents Area 8, and Tech Sergeant Christian Weidman, who represents Shore Air Force Base, but has in her company tonight her replacement to this board, Ms. Deborah McQueen. We're delighted to receive you, and we're excited about working with you in the future. Ms. Weidman, it has really been our pleasure to have you serve with us. You have just brought so much integrity and so much patience and so much delight to our meeting. Thank you for all that you've done and for what you will continue to do for our country and for democracy. Persons who are not with us tonight at this juncture is Ms. Sherry White, who serves as our parliamentarian, and
She's virtual.
I'd say at the moment she's not here. and Matthew McLeod, who's absent because of family matters. Most of you know that his mother has not been doing well, and we continue to pray for his mother and for his family. Our superintendent is Dr. William T. Wright, Jr. Ms. Shante Scott is the administrative manager to the superintendent and to the board. However, she is out tonight, and sitting in her stead is Miss Shelley Galloway. Delighted to have you, Miss Galloway, and of course, we send our prayers to Miss Scott, who will have surgery, I think on Wednesday.
Thursday.
On Thursday.
Yes,
So let us remember these persons. It's raining on the outside, but it's dry on the inside. So let's get to the work of this agenda. It's my pleasure to call us to order and to present the agenda for your approval.
Mr. Chair, I move to amend the agenda, removing discussion of proposed F.J. Delane Community Center from executive session discussion.
Could I ask you to repeat your question? I mean your
Sure.
motion.
I move to amend the agenda, removing discussion of proposed F.J. Delane Community Center from executive session discussion.
From executive to public session or?
No,
or
just to strike it
remove
from the
altogether?
agenda entirely.
I'll second it.
Okay, you heard the motion and its second. Are you prepared to vote? Those who are in favor of that motion will indicate by showing hands.
Mr. Chair, I have a question. And I guess it's for clarification, but what was the purpose, do you know, for R.E. Davis field proposal? I didn't know anything about that. So do you know what that is?
There is a proposal being presented tonight by the superintendent after conversation with county council, and it is for our deliberation.
Question, Mr. Chair. Dr. Reagan, is that a surprise to you, or because I know you had your committee meeting, so I know you probably had something to brief on, so I just wanted to know.
Yes, sir, that's why I'm asking, because I didn't know if it was worded wrong on the agenda or what, but I wasn't quite sure. That's why I asked.
All right? Is there any further discussion? Those who support the motion will indicate with a show of hands.
Support.
Oh, yeah, you may want
The motion was to remove the Delane item from tonight's executive session. Yeah, okay. I recognize two. Thank you. Those who oppose will indicate likewise. All right. Okay. If there are no further motions, then we will agree to accept the agenda as our guide for tonight. Is that fine? Thank you so very much. Okay? All right, we're down to public participation, and we have eight people listed who registered to speak to us tonight, and if we're in agreement, they will be given 3 minutes each. Is any disagreement with that? Okay. All right. We have with us tonight the Honorable Eugene Baden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. Has my time started? I don't see a time, Tay. Okay. Thank you. I'm Councilman Eugene Baton, Sumter County Council, District 7. R.E. Davis College Preparatory Academy is located in the district I represent. Tonight, I want to share the positive impact early public education had on my successful accomplishments in my life. Although I attended racially segregated schools in the 1940s and 50s in Washington, D.C., the quality of education I received was highly adequate. During my military career in the United States Air Force, I was quickly promoted to Chief Master Sergeant, a rank that is only achieved by 1% of the enlisted force. I graduated summa cum laude with a bachelor's degree in criminology and graduated with top honors with a master's degree in human resource management. I am a member of the Delta Epsilon Sigma National Scholastic Honor Society. In 1995, I became the first black executive director of the Sumter Commission on Alcohol and Drug Abuse. I directed the certification process of the commission to becoming a nationally accredited rehabilitation facility, one of the best in South Carolina. This commission is now named the Sumter Behavioral Health Services. I share this information to acknowledge the fact that I could not have accomplished what I did without a highly educated education in my early years of my life. As the twig is bent, the tree inclines. The students, children in R.E. Davis College Preparatory Academy have been receiving an unsatisfactory education since its creation. This is below minimally adequate, the legal standard for public schools set in 1999 by the state highest court. At this influential, decisive moment, you have the opportunity to start restoring the confidence of parents that you care about and show the overall education for their morale and physical well-being of the children, your students. Create a football and track facility that will serve as a model for all future facilities. Demonstrate to the community that all students deserve the best so that they will become the best workforce for future economic development. The ball is on your field. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. Keith Schultz.
Some commentary. I'm excited to see all these folks here tonight, but I got some pretty good reasons about why a lot of them are here. You folks, these board members, you got 2 employees, that gentleman right there, and the administrative assistant. He works for you. It's time for some things to change. Let's get this ball rolling. Some of you folks are a year into your term. What's happening here? Let's get this thing going. It's time. Our scores in education are horrible. Nothing's improving. We need new facilities. I'm of the opinion we need to put chalkboards in every one of them rooms with some chalk and get back to ABCs and 1, 2, 3. These computers, I don't see nothing working. They can't grasp it. But thanks for listening. You got a good leader here. Your chairman knows what he's doing. He's been in this game for a while. He's passionate about education. Let's follow his lead. Come together as a group and make some things happen. Quit standing around having meetings that nothing's getting accomplished, or not having meetings for 4 or 5 months and nothing getting accomplished. It's time for the master plan to get rolling. Thank you.
Dr. Patty Wilson?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman, Mr. Chairman, and members of this board. I concur with what Mr. Schultz said. It is time for us, you, to put your heads together and do what you were chosen to do, and that is work for the betterment of this district and our children in this district. When I read the Sumter Daily item, I did not read it with pleasure. I read it with contentment and regrets. I cannot believe what is being printed there, and I cannot believe what is being said. Now, I can say this, I am ready, and I have been ready, and I'm always here to work with the Sumter School District Board of Directors. And it is time for you, our district superintendent, to make yourself visible in our community. There are those who don't even know who you are. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna call names, but please, let's get out there. Let's work with this in this Sumter community, and let's do what you were hired to do, and that's improve the Sumter School District. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson. Ms. Sarah Williams.
Evening, Superintendent and Sumter School Board members. What has caught my attention that I thought was very, very, very disrespectful, which was our last board meeting. I understand you guys don't agree on everything, and that's fine, but you're our board members, the community. We, four ladies, don't make up the community. There are other people. And to see that level of disrespect on YouTube, and I watched it over and over in my spare time. Whatever grievance that you guys have among each other, we don't know what goes on in executive session. Keep it in executive session, not to the public. And Dr. Candy, I'm addressing you. You asked the question the last time as to what was taking so long in the hiring process. I had a young lady, excuse me, she's been constantly telling me she's been applying for a position in Sumter School District. Now, to my knowledge of what she's been saying, they're screening applications and not hiring these employees. And I got a problem with that. All of these positions that are open in Sumter School District, and whomever is doing the hiring process, you got the time to screen as many teachers and other positions that we need in Sumter School District? This young lady has been applying over and over. I know for a fact, I get SLED checks done all the time, nationwide. I know just how long those things take to come back. References. You can use 3 of your neighbors. Why are these people that are applying, the process is taking so long? It sounds like the applications are being screened. Now, to my knowledge, the people that are doing the hiring, they don't personally pay these people that are applying for these jobs. So I'm saying, and anybody that's going to watch this YouTube afterwards, I'm saying that they need to stop the screening of the applicants. If they're qualified, they do the SLED checks, they get the references, they got the qualifications, put them on the job.
Thank you, ma'am, Mrs. Williams. Mr. J.P. Raleigh.
Greetings to everyone. Hope you had a great holiday, and a great weekend. First up, NAACP letter that I received, read about it in the paper, read the responses. I think it's a distraction. I think it was demeaning overall to the board, to you as the chair and the board. I mean, it's just, you guys got to take that out of the equation for making decisions. R.E. Davis Maywood, I watched the facilities meeting. It went from a football, now it's a track. Now it's a closed school. I mean, I understand that you got to use facilities to get those kids their training, but it's a closed school. It's been a closed school since 2018. Divest it already. Get that money back, recapitalize it however you want, do what you need to do, but start thinking outside of just we need to pump more money into a closed school. And now I read or I heard in the thing that you want to host track events. You don't just want a practice field, now you want to host track events. That's just going to add cost and endless amounts of build and more and more and more. Then you're not going to be able to divest it. Facilities committee, the only talk at the meeting was football tracks and fields for the most part. When it got to the other parts of the facilities, I could not hear it, so I don't know what was discussed, but it was only like 2 to 3 minutes long. But when the facilities that Dr. Wright has talked over and over about of how poor our facilities are, how old they are, how they need to be recapitalized and redone and upgraded so these kids do better. Now we're talking all we're talking about is football fields and track fields, spending money. Now you want to conglomerate all the money for all the fields and so that we can get an artificial surface at the Crestwood Stadium that you want built by September. If you can tell me how that makes kids smarter, then maybe I'll buy in. But so far, it's just, let's spend a bunch of money. School grades, I really hope when we get to that point, that somebody can explain the disparity between the grades in the schools and the standardized test grades. Because there's a big disparity between those grades. I hope somebody can explain why that is, and do it to a high level, to a point where it makes sense, that we graduate 80% and we don't pass 80%. On the testing. School safety, I'm going to say it again. This is the fourth meeting. I'm going to bring it up one more time. We just had a school shooting or a church shooting in Texas. Does the board and the district have an actionable plan where everybody knows exactly what you're supposed to do? If you don't, please get one so we don't have to do it after the fact. Don't make this Uvalde 2.0. It's up to you guys have the power, and it's just make it happen. Get the right people in the room, develop a plan for the district. I know the police already have a plan, but you don't, I don't think. I haven't been told of one. It might be in a drawer somewhere, but somebody needs to pull it out and exercise it. That's the important part. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Raleigh. Ms. Cardwell.
Good evening, Chairman Canty and board members. I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of the news article about Brittany English and what she said. I just wanted to address the fact that as a former...
Mr. Chairman, please correct members of the community should not be using board members by name. Please.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's fine. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to put her name out there like that. But nevertheless, to address the news article, just wanted to speak on her behalf that as a former teacher of Brittany, I know her very well, and I don't feel like it was a matter of... Okay, I didn't call her name again. I said her. Can I not say her? Okay, Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so, well, let me just address it. As a former teacher, I know for a fact that it was not about disrespect. It was about accountability, okay? She believes in this district. She believes in accountability for the students. And for myself, I'm a former teacher from Sumter School District, 14 years, and I've applied for this district. I do feel, just like the other young lady, that the applications are being screened. I even also feel like I'm being blackballed in some way or another. And I just want to know who is holding the superintendent and his staff accountable. He met with me back in November, okay? He told me after our meeting that he would get back to me.
Personnel matters cannot come up in the board meeting.
Okay. Nevertheless, I will leave it at this. Who is being held accountable? Who is holding the superintendent and his staff accountable? Sumter School District, you need a change. You really and truly do. And until you make that change, it's only going to get worse. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Caldwell. Ms. Jacqueline Hughes.
Superintendent Wright Jr., Chairman Canty, and other school board members, and my fellow citizens. I have come here tonight to ask an English question about what I learned back in the 50s and 60s. Now, I wondered if I should bring this up, but it seems like it might be appropriate. I hear some people, including news people on TV, pastors, and everyday citizens who don't seem to know when to use I, me, he, she, they, them, him, her, etc. My question first, and then an example. The question, has English changed so much over the years, or are people just not learning to speak English correctly? Is English even being taught in America nowadays? Now, for my examples. I learned that in a sentence, you put the other person first and yourself second. Example, me and her went to the store. It is wrong in several ways. First, it isn't me and her, it is her and me. And next, to tell if it is correct, you can say her went to the store or she went to the store. Also, it is correct to say we went to the store or I went to the store. Of course, it is she and I went to the store, not me and her went to the store. The opposite is true for the ending of a sentence. Example, give that money to they and I. Break the sentence down and ask, is it correct to say, give that money to they or give that money to them? Is it correct to say, give that money to I or give that money to me? The correct way to say it is give that money to them and me. Now, to complicate this matter even more, can a person even hear the difference? If not, then there is no need to ask the question so you can tell which is correct. Again, I ask, has the English language changed so much that I am now wrong? I am not sure. Does anyone even care anymore? I fear the latter is true. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hughes. Thank you very much. Item 4, board communications, announcements.
Mr. Chair? I
Yes.
just want to make a couple quick announcements, if you don't mind. First, I want to thank a special thanks to Alice Drive Elementary and the Busy Bee broadcasters for allowing me to spend some time with them and during their morning show. They're a bunch of little professionals over there, and they're really doing great things. I just want to give a special shout out to them. Also, same week, the Sumter School District Transportation Team put together a school board appreciation luncheon surprise. Myself and a couple others were invited, very honored to be there. But what I really want to say was the best part of it is that we were highlighting and honoring our 30-year plus bus drivers in the district. And that meant a lot to me to be able to break bread and fellowship with them. So I just want to say thank you for the transportation department, and everybody who had a part of that, and the Alice Drive Busy Bees. Thank you.
All right, any others?
Mr. Chair, I had the privilege of attending Sumter High. I know this last month was the Appreciation for School Board Members Month, and Sumter High School called me over, and I was honored. They had the choir perform, and one of my former students, who's now director of that choir, Mr. Johnson, and one of the teachers, while I was teaching at Sumter High, one of the teachers who had just come on as a young man teaching, and of course all the English teachers thought he was going to be a little bit radical. And I went up to him and I said, "Don't let that bother you. You will bring fresh ideas," and all of that stuff. I just tried to build him up. And he got up and gave a speech and honored me, and I am so appreciative of that. So what I want to tell you is, remember, what you do today may be so important to somebody else who is listening to you and growing up. So let's build each other up as much as we can. Thank you.
I had the pleasure of being honored at Willow Drive Elementary School with Mrs. Elliott and the wonderful staff and children over there. And I shall forever be grateful for that experience. As for all of us, may I simply say to the superintendent and to the staff across the district, thank you for such a warm and meaningful Board Appreciation Month. You did us extremely proud, and we are thankful.
Sir.
So if you'd pass that on to the principals especially,
Yes, sir.
on our behalf, we would appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I apologize that my comments are following yours, but I would be remiss to not express my gratitude to Lamira Elementary School, Miss Gregg and her staff. They hosted me during School Board Member Appreciation Month, and that school is doing some great things. I think they've always done great things, but it was really good being in the school, interacting with the students, with the staff, to really witness firsthand how wonderful the programs are there and what the teachers and the students are doing. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I have a couple things.
I apologize.
That's okay, not a problem. One, I just want to, we had a couple of us out there. It was a great day to honor the Tuskegee Airmen. And we also, our honor guard was out there from the school district, and they did a wonderful job. So I want to pass that on to you, Superintendent, if you could pass that on. They did a great job out there. I do also, just real briefly, I just have an open letter for my fellow colleagues and for the citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, and esteemed members of the school board and fellow citizens, I'm here before you today to address a matter of utmost importance, the responsibility of this board towards our children in the district, and the prudent management of taxpayer funds. It is imperative that we prioritize the collective well-being of the majority over the interest of a select few. As selected officials entrusted with the direction of our school district, we must not succumb to influences of special interest organizations. These entities often propagate conspiracy theories, misinformation, and divisive rhetoric which only serve to sow discord within the community. We must remain steadfast as a board in our commitment to placing the needs of our children above all else. Despite facing numerous distractions, this board has persevered and made significant strides towards improving our educational system. From addressing teacher and bus driver vacancies to implementing a new code of conduct, we have demonstrated our dedication to progress. Moreover, we have initiated plans for new schools and worked to rectify past failures regarding certain past boards. Furthermore, we have recently and a few months ago have compromised regarding a future of a certain school property. Rather than selling them off, we had decided to repurpose them for the benefit our educators, ensuring they are better equipped to serve our students. This decision reflects our commitment in maximizing the resources available to us for the betterment of our community. Today, as we renew the core issues affecting our district, namely disparity between test scores and teacher-assigned grades, we must confront the fundamental challenges in our educational approach. Whether it is through stricter disciplinary measures, limiting distractions such as cell phones, and implementing retention policies for students struggling academically, we must prioritize the mastery of material over social considerations. In conclusion, let us reaffirm our dedication to the holistic development of our children and the prudent stewardship of our taxpayer funds. By remaining focused on our collective goals and resisting external influences, we can ensure that every child in our district receives quality education they deserve. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Palumbo.
I fill out one of those cards to speak to the board. Did you not get it, sir? Name is James Crawford.
Hold on a second, sir. If I did, I apologize, okay? I don't look it, but I am over 30.
That makes two of us.
Oh, yes, sir. I apologize to you.
No problem, sir.
And,
May I have some time, sir?
if you give me just 1 minute, I'll come back to you.
Exactly.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I do apologize for this.
No problem.
This is my error, and I take full responsibility for it. Clumsy fingers, and et cetera. That's all. That's no intent at all to disrespect or dishonor you, sir. Okay. Okay. But just let us just finish these items, and I'll come back to that, if that's okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Committee reports and recommendations?
I have something to say.
Oh, I'm
sir.
sorry, you had
Oh.
a statement as well. Please forgive me.
That's okay, that's okay. Yes, I just got a couple things I wanted to address. I appreciate the community for standing with the article that was put out. I appreciate your concerns, but I just want to make this clear to the NAACP. One thing about me, Brittany English, I don't dance till let's not hear music. I don't scratch my head, doesn't this itch? I would not be quiet when it comes down to this district. I will fight for our children, our schools, and our communities in Sumter County. And there's nothing you can do to stop it. These individuals that's not being held accountable, I will continue to fight until they are. I want to apologize to these individuals who's in the district that are applying for positions, and who some consider to be getting blackballed, and some consider that, it's other issues, the reason why they're not getting these positions. I will continue to fight for you guys. I will not stop. Because that's what I'm here for. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Reagan, do you have anything?
No, sir, I'm just waiting on the committee reports.
Okay,
Thank
all
you.
right. I just want to make sure. Okay, all right. Committee reports?
Yes, sir, you want me to go first?
Yes, why don't you?
All right. Good evening. The Facilities Committee met on last Wednesday, February the 7th. We met for probably approximately an hour. We were in this room meeting on the 6 items that were on the agenda. And so we got some updates on the Crestwood High School football field, as stated earlier. The Maywood track and field update was also on the agenda, as well as the district facilities update that was given to us by the administrative staff, as well as some capital projects updates that we requested for that particular meeting as well as the metal detectors were discussed, and the updates in terms of implementation inside of our 4 high schools. And we also talked about what's next to come in terms of school visits with this committee, which tentatively we have a school visit scheduled for the 27th of February that we will get out, to the rest of the committee, where we will go out and take a tour of these facilities and see what's going on. Mr. Chair and the rest of the board, that concludes the facilities report tonight.
Thank you so very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, okay. Other committees?
Mr. Chair, just a quick question, Dr. Riggin. Is folks outside of that committee invited to this too? Because I would love to attend, if I could make it.
Yes, sir, as long as you keep your mouth closed and that you're not asking these questions at that facility, so we won't be cited as having a quorum. I welcome you.
Very good
I
point.
welcome you.
Very good.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you for that.
No
Well, I will make myself very scarce if we do. All right. And so, well, thank you, Dr. Reagan. Mr. Chair, just a quick update. I have not had a committee, a transportation committee meeting in the last 45 days. I am getting regular updates from the district, and with the 16-day aggressive recruiting campaign, the last I heard that we had a whopping 27 applications for bus drivers, and that was several days ago, so it's probably higher than that. I do believe there's some really big things happening in this district in transportation, and we're not going to let up off the gas, and big things are happening for sure. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, a committee report.
Yes?
On the 7th of February, the Curriculum Instruction Assessment Committee met, and Dr. Wright, you were there, and at the end, I'll ask you just to say a word if you don't mind. And I know that people are concerned about academics. That's the reason we have a school. What our children learn and how they perform after they leave us, that's the reason we're here. And as a chairperson of this committee, we do our very best to, at 1 month at a time, address different areas of the academic concerns. And this particular month, first I'll let you know who was here. Mr. Zale, me, the chairperson, Dr. Wright, Jerry Boozer, Shiree Boozer, Herbert Johnson, Sharon Teague, Heather Clemens, Dr. Jada McLeod, and of course our superintendent. And this particular month, I ask that we look at STEM. We all talk about STEM, 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 STEAM. We know what the acronym stands for. But my question was, and it took 2 hours for us to kind of get a big picture of this. My question was, what we teach depends on the standards. The standards are set by whom? The State Department of Education. They are approved by the State Board of Education. That's how we get our standards. Another state may have different standards. But our South Carolina standards are what we teach. And I will tell you, those of you who haven't delved into the standards or been in a classroom trying to teach them, they are high-level standards. So, we talked about STEM and had six or eight persons who gave us, they told us what they're doing. They are STEM innovationist. The persons that we talked, who gave us reports, They go into the classrooms, they talk about, I'll just name them, Dr. David Laws, Melissa Epps, she's the lead instructor, Dr. David Laws is the director, Krista Jennings, Marlissa Morton, Catherine Owens, Desiree Wilton, Leroy Staggerwalt, and Aaron Johnson. They deal with the buses that have been developed. But these people go into the classrooms and help the teachers. If they are teaching something, they help them, particularly in science and math, to have technology to help them convey these concepts that are in our standards. And it was a 2-hour meeting. It was overwhelming. And I asked if I would like to see a lot of this information put on our website. And having said that, Dr. Wright, would you say a few words since you were there?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I'll be very brief. Certainly, we understand clearly that the improvement of instruction is a continuous effort. And so we're proud of the fact that we are getting better, although not as quickly as we like. We certainly are making progress, and I think the meeting the other day was just another example of the layers of help that we have. Really briefly, as I said to the group the other day, we are in a unique time in that 26 years ago when I started as an educator, me being a non-education major was a minority. You know, there were very few of us. Now most of the people that we are hiring are not education majors, and we're having to train them. So that is why we have an all hands on deck approach. So the folks that you heard the other day are invested in the classroom. We're using the STEAM bus and cybersecurity bus because we understand clearly that that education must be an all-inclusive effort. So thank you for realizing that, and we'll continue to work and press ahead as best we can. I am going to actually also, Madam Vice Chair, attempt to work through some talking points tonight in the absence of Dr. McLeod. So I'll be talking a little bit more about that shortly.
All right?
Ms. Disney, the biggest thing that I want to make sure, it's actually in section 59-18300 with the state law. Standards must be reflective of the highest level of academics, not the lowest, the highest level of academic skills with the rigor necessary to improve the curriculum and instruction in the South Carolina schools so that students are encouraged to learn at unprecedented levels and must be reflective of the highest, not lowest, highest level of academic skills at each grade level. So we should be looking at grading each piece of paper at the highest level of standards, not the lowest level of standards. Thank you.
May I respond to Mr. Palumbo?
Yes.
When they are tested, I guarantee you, they are tested at the highest level. Therefore, each teacher, and I was one of those, each teacher in that classroom has to give tests at the level of that standard. You have to be able to take that standard and break it down into its parts, and your test that you create or that you give, you have to make sure you're testing at that level. And if we're not doing that, then we need to have some more professional development to help the teacher design tests that will be taught, that test at the right level.
Remember, we don't bring the standards down. They have to, try to get them to meet the standards that's at the state level.
I'd like to say, you're not understanding maybe. That standard doesn't change. If you are teaching that standard, there's no way you can teach it down. I could take and show you a standard in ELA and show you how you have to design an activity and a test question that is at that level. You don't teach down to it, or else you've not taught the standard.
Madam Chair and Board Member, I think we have an item under the superintendent's report dealing with scores, et cetera, and that conversation may be better for that time and not at this time of reports. So if you will beg my right to move on with the agenda. Thank you. Okay. Any other reports? Any other reports? All right. Thank you. Now, Board, I wanna beg permission, in light of the fact that I have erred in another section of the agenda, to recognize someone who was properly registered. I ask for your consent to revert to that item of the agenda. Can we have consensus on that? Yes. Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Crawford, again, I apologize to you, and because I'm chair, I'm gonna give you 2 extra minutes.
Thank you, sir. You're very kind, I appreciate it. You're a gentleman and a scholar and a good judge of horse flesh and darn sure as well. I spent a lot of time at Maywood middle school for the past year and a half. I'm one of those guys that helped build the STEM bus for the Sumter County school system. And those facilities out there, they're all brick and so forth, but they are, interior-wise, they're in pretty bad shape. But what I wanted to bring up and consider for this committee and for the so forth is there another field that's more cost-effective, more realistic alternative than sinking all the money they're talking about putting in as a facility? For the kids to play sports there, is there a more convenient location that affords more friends, family, parents, relatives to attend? Because where I live, just down the road from here, and it takes me over 15, sometimes 20 minutes just to get to that location. It would provide less driving time for parents and less gas to drive to, visit your school, the school, and watch your kids play. There's got to be another alternative field that could accommodate these schools, kids. It would lower your school budget, support costs per student. The number of students using these facilities would dictate the size and capacity of these facilities, i.e. bathrooms, showers, dressing rooms, lockers, and so forth, that you're going to have to build. I mean, these things you're going to have to consider. The less facilities to build or refurbish, which adds an unnecessary budgetary cost. The required maintenance upkeep of the track and field grounds, maintenance salaries, and contracts to keep these facilities up to speed. Parking space, because right now, when we were out there working and they had some teams come to play football, they were parking all over the place, and on the grass and so forth. So, if the concessions are being considered, then water, electricity must be figured out. If food is to be cooked and cooled, then cooking facilities need to be designed, and cooling appliances costs need to be figured in. Can the school that use Mayfield today be accommodated elsewhere without any hardship? We saw a number of football teams come out there. Some teams, they could only field one team. Some of the other schools, they had enough students to have substitutes. Heating and air, electricity costs for these facilities. The bathroom facilities that they used for the teams that were there was a building, a single white building that they used. And the ones that they had in there were adequate for 2 people, not 11 boys and 24 boys and so forth. And the cost of security for these facilities to prevent vandalism. Because if I don't know how many of you have been out to the Maywood Middle School, but it's out there. There's nothing hardly around it. I mean, there's some houses and homes, but as far as where it is situated and the vegetation and the growth around it, it's pretty well hit. I could get over the fence easily and cut the chain and get in there. But the rooms that we worked in and the building we worked in, because the STEM bus was parked inside a facility where they could pull a bus into it. Well, those rooms were filled with huge boxes. I don't know what was in there, but debris, old computers, VCRs, trash, and so forth. We looked in the windows into the schools, and there's debris all over the floors there. So, but it's just, there's a lot of cost involved here. I just wanted to, whoever's doing the pros and cons of doing it and not doing it, it boils down to, is there value added in making this facility a reality? And I'd like one last item, STEM. I'm the regional vice president for the AFCEA International Organization out of Fairfax, Virginia. AFCEA stands for Armed Forces Communication Electronics Association. We give out over $2 million worth of STEM scholarships. The region that I'm responsible for, between North Carolina and South Carolina, we've given over $90,000 worth of scholarships to STEM. So STEM's a passionate project. But I have three questions that I always ask about STEM, and it has to affect the three levels of the school: elementary, middle school, and a high school. What you're teaching in the elementary school, does that build on what they're going to be expected to know in the middle school? And what they're doing in the middle school, is that fold over and support when high school? The second item is the material that's in all three of those levels. Who's making sure that it's infused with the latest technology? And lastly, who is making sure that the teachers are kept up to speed? Thank you, sir.
You got a whole lot of grace.
My daddy always taught me to be a gentleman and a scholar.
Okay, all right. We're going to move to the next item on the agenda, which is the superintendent's report. Mr. Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Board of Trustees. We'll begin with the around the district report. We have several things that have gone on. The first one I'll talk about is not on here. I had the pleasure of speaking in Clemson, South Carolina at the Sumter Chamber of Commerce retreat. Certainly enjoyed that and was honored to have that occasion. Their theme was All In for Team Sumter, and I kind of modified that a little bit about and called it All In for Learning. As we move forward, we need an all-in inclusive approach to making sure that our students get better. So you'll be hearing more about that as time goes on. We are celebrating Love the Bus, which is a month-long celebration held every February by the American School Bus Council. The celebration highlights the important role of the yellow school bus in education, with a particular focus on thanking school bus drivers for safely transporting children to and from school every day. Thank you to our school bus drivers for your dedicated service to our children. On February 9th and 10th, Willow Drive Elementary School students Emily Moya and Sarita McKnight and their chorus teacher, Jessica Bettinger, attended the South Carolina Elementary Honors Choir in Columbia. This year, 240 students in grades 4 through 6 participated under the direction of guest clinician Laurel Brundage. Congratulations to Jada Collins, who is a senior at Sumter High School. She was featured in the paper, I think, not too long ago for receiving over 60 acceptance letters and $1.7 million in scholarship offers so far. And according to Jada, the Gear Up program has prepared her for college experience since the 7th grade, from FAFSA meetings and free college tours to the many scholarship opportunities they sent out to the entire class. Congratulations also go to Ariana Walcart, who is a senior at Sumter High School, for being accepted into the Coast Guard Academy Scholar Program. Successful completion of the one-year program leads to direct appointment in the United States Coast Guard Academy. Congratulations to Amira Jefferson from Furman Middle and Benjamin Morrow from Sumter High School for submitting winning entries in the City of Sumter's Love Where You Live litter poster contest. Both students were recognized by Mayor David Merchant of the City of Sumter and members of the Sumter City Council. Congratulations to 12 students from Sumter High School for being selected to represent Sumter School District at the 2024 SCMEA All-State Orchestra Clinic. Also, Sheriff Anthony Dennis presented Dr. Vanessa Canty with the Citizen of the Year Award for her partnership and collaboration with the Sumter Lee Detention Center. So congratulations go to our adult education leader, Dr. Vanessa Canty. In attention to Sumter School District seniors, I know they're listening to this tonight, so thanks to successful fundraiser endeavors and generous donations, the Sumter School District Teacher Forum is pleased to offer 3 General Forum scholarships and 1 Haley Bordeaux Memorial Scholarship to help with college expenses for the 2024-2025 school year. Sumter School District High School seniors who are planning to major in education and attend a South Carolina college and university to become a teacher are welcome to apply, and applications are available on the website at sumterschools.net. Madam Vice Chair, members of the Board of Trustees, that wraps up the Around the District, and now I will, with permission, attempt to move to the Office of Academics report and begin that discussion, if that's okay. Is that okay, Madam Vice Chair?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all righty. We heard earlier that Dr. McLeod is attending to her mother-in-law. And so tonight I have asked her to prepare some information for me to share with you all at this time. Any questions, we will take those questions and ask her to get back to us if they're not questions that I can help us through. Let's just say it that way. All right. First of all, I would ask that the board refer to, there are 3 sets of documents located in your docs. You have the SC Ready Spring 2023 School Report Users Guide. You have an EOCEP 2022-2023 School Report Users Guide, and you have a grade distribution, state assessment distribution. So at the appropriate time, we'll refer to those documents and try to get some information out there. So first and foremost, in the South Carolina Ready Spring 2023 School Report Users Guide on page 4, it gives more information about the 4 performance levels. So we need to clarify that first. That's going to be on page 4 of your SC Ready Spring 2023 Report Users Guide. Okay, you got that behind me, all right. All right, very good. So a student that does not meet expectations in the knowledge and skills necessary at this grade level of learning as defined by the grade level content standards, it's called needs substantial academic support in order to be prepared for the next grade level and to be on track for college and career readiness. The next category is a student who approaches expectations in the knowledge and skills necessary at this grade level of learning as defined by the grade level content standards. That student still needs additional academic support to be prepared for the next grade level and to be on track for college and career readiness. Student who is classified as meeting expectations in the knowledge and skills necessary at this grade level of learning as defined by the grade level content standards is prepared for the next grade level and is on track for college and career readiness. And then lastly, we have students who exceeds expectations, and those students, they have exceeded expectations in the knowledge and skills necessary at this grade level of learning as defined by the grade level content standards. And that student is well prepared then for the next grade level and is well prepared for college and career readiness. Okay. Let's go to page 27. Page 27 of the SC Ready Spring 23 Score Report Users Guide refers to SC Ready as an accountability measure. So since these SC Ready tests were developed as standards-based accountability measures, as we heard Madam Vice Chair say earlier, there are limitations to the depth of information that can be provided for individual student or classroom purposes. District and school data can be used to identify overall subject area deficiencies or program improvement. The SC Ready results are useful in describing student performance by standard, but additional learning at the classroom level is necessary for a more complete understanding of student performance on the academic standards. SC Ready as a single source of information. People often talk about this, but users of SC Ready results should remember that test data constitute a single source of information that should only be used in conjunction with other relevant information when evaluating educational quality or making decisions about instruction. Comparisons of scores among teachers, schools, and/or districts should not be made without accounting for differences in factors affecting performance, such as students' socioeconomic backgrounds and parents' educational levels. SC Ready data should not be used as a sole basis for making judgments about the effectiveness of instruction offered to different groups of students, nor should SC Ready test results be used as a sole basis for making instructional decisions regarding individual students. And again, I'm reading from the Report Users Guide. The interpretation. The SCDE advises caution when interpreting assessment results this year due to the ongoing pandemic. Consider how conditions for learning disrupted by the pandemic may have impacted student performance. As a reminder, a single score does not provide a complete or precise measure of student achievement. When interpreting results, please take into consideration other measures of achievement. All right, let's go to the EOC EP Score Report Users Guide. On page 1. You with me? Okay, all right, very good. Interpretation of EOCEP 2022-2023 results. On page 1 it says, as a reminder, a single score does not provide a complete or precise measure of student achievement. When interpreting results, please take into consideration other measures of achievement. Page 2. Scale scores correspond to the revised South Carolina Uniform Grading Scale, which was developed in 2019, which ranges from 0 to 100. Each numeric score corresponds to a letter grade as shown in the table below. Please note that the scale score is not the percentage of test questions answered correctly. I'm going to say that again. The scale score is not the percentage of test questions answered correctly. Student performance levels on page 3. The general meanings of student performance levels are shown below. Algebra 1, Biology 1, English 2, U.S. History, and the Constitution. So an F by these performance standards is a 59 and below, which is also labeled as does not meet. A D, which is 60 to 69, is expressed as minimally meets. B and C are lumped together, according to the state of South Carolina, and those grades are from 70 to 89, and it's classified as meets standards. And then exceed standards requires a score of 90 or above. An EOC scale score of 60 to 69 indicates that the student minimally meets the expectations of the course content standards. This is on page 5 of the Score Report User's Guide. While the state has determined this to be the minimal expectation of mastery for course content standards, I know that's not what we want to hear, but that's what the state says. This scale score is not included in the consolidated federal and state accountability model. To receive points for accountability, students must score a C or above. So in short, the state recognizes passing as a D or better. Federal government recognizes a C or better. Okay? Additional talking points. 2023 summer programs and priorities. Elementary schools, we offered for kindergarten through 5th grade students who failed a grade, and also those that are Tier 2 and Tier 3 students who need remediation. We offered summer programs for them. We offered for 3rd grade students identified according to Read to Succeed legislation, scoring in the lowest 25% on the 2023 3rd grade SC Ready reading assessment. We offered them summer program, summer intervention. Middle schools, we did that for English language arts and math and science and social studies if it was needed for promotion. High schools, summer programs were offered for core classes and upperclassmen needing courses for on-time graduation. And of note, for EOC scale scores in this report, the majority of scale scores below 60 fall in the range of 50 to 59 for the content areas, but most specifically and significantly for Algebra 1. For Lakewood High School in particular, the following number of students repeated their 2024 fall EOC courses during the 2023 spring semester due to failure in the fall. 18 students repeated the Algebra 1 assessment, 12 students repeated the English 2 assessment, 3 students repeated the Biology 1 assessment, and 7 students repeated the U.S. History and Constitution assessment. I think we had some questions about that school specifically. Those are the figures that we have. Graduation rate versus college and career ready rate. Let's talk about that for a minute. For South Carolina accountability, the graduation rate and the college and/or career-ready rates are separate indicators and are not equal in any school district in South Carolina. The graduation rate does not have a related assessment. This indicator reports the proportion of students who graduate from high school within 4 full years of their initial enrollment, called their 9GR cohort. I just learned that a few days ago myself. It's called a 9GR cohort. By meeting the South Carolina diploma requirements of, and this is under regulation number 43-234, which is called Defined Program Grades 9 through 12 and Graduation Requirements. The graduation requirements were just amended, by the way, to include personal finance, and state that beginning with the entering freshman class of 2023-2024, it will be as follows. So here we go. For the subject of English, they must complete 4 credits. U.S. history, 1 credit. Economics, 0.5 credits. Government, 0.5 credits. Some other form of social studies, 1 credit. Mathematics, 4 credits. Sciences, 3 credits. Computer science, 1 credit. Physical education or JROTC or marching band with PE, 1 credit. World language or career and technology elective, 1 credit. Personal finance, 0.5 credit. Electives, 6.5 credits for a total of 24 credits. Everybody with me? All right. College ready criteria. For the same 9GR cohort as the graduation rate, the college ready rate is determined if the student met one or more of the following criteria. So here we go. Scores a composite score of 20 or higher on the ACT. Scores a composite score of 10, 20 or higher on the SAT. Scores a 3 or higher on the advanced placement exam. Scores a C or higher on any approved Cambridge International exam. And the approved Cambridge International exams include any advanced level A exam, advanced level, subsidiary level exam in biology, chemistry, computer science, economics, English, environmental science, management, history, politics, psychology, or foreign language, Chinese, French, German, Japanese, or Spanish. And no, we don't offer all of those foreign languages. Scores of 4 or higher on any international baccalaureate higher learning exam. Completes at least 6 credit hours in an approved dual enrollment courses with a grade of C or higher. However, none of these exams are required for graduation. Isn't that interesting? Career ready criteria. From the same 9GR cohort as the graduation rate, the career ready rate is determined if the student met one or more of the following criteria. Here they are. Is a CTE completer and earns a national industry credential or a state industry credential as determined by the business community. That gets you career ready credit. That's bullet number 1. Bullet number 2, earns a level 3 credential or above on the WIN Ready to Work Career Assessment. This exam is required to be given to all 11th grade students, so every 11th grader takes that test during the year. Third bullet, they can earn a scale score of 31 or higher on the ASVAB test. A couple of you are familiar with that. Bullet 4, successfully completes a state-approved work-based learning exit evaluation from an employer. And this work-based learning program must include a training agreement which defines a combination of objectives and a minimum of 40 practical experience hours of the highest number of hours required by industry-defined competencies in a career pathway. Say that fast 3 times, will you? Be aligned with state IGP career clusters, or include an industry evaluation that is created from the training agreement, which includes the world-class skills from the profile of the South Carolina graduate, and the student must have earned a minimum of 1 unit in the pathway related to the work-based placement or completed a personal pathway of study. And then another alternative, or the 5th alternative, if you will, is if a student is identified as a student with a disability and they successfully complete the South Carolina High School employability credential, then they can also qualify for career ready criteria. So for college and career ready rate from the same 9GR cohort as the graduation rate, the college and career ready rate is determined if the student met one or more of the criteria in both the college ready list and the career ready list. And so the 2024 graduating class members earning the distinction of being college and career ready will have met criteria in both sections, and they will earn the distinguished district CCR medallion to be worn at graduation. Mr. Chair, members of the Board of Trustees, I am very happy to share these notes that I just read to you with you all at the conclusion of this meeting.
Questions and comments for the superintendent?
I have my pen ready.
I got a few. And our system, because we can't pull it up, you're having problems too, aren't you? Yeah, and so I have some notes that are kind of scrambled on the computer, so we may have to go to the board up there. I totally understand that teachers have to look at the student and grade them on how they're doing. You kind of brought that up, and
Sure.
totally understand it.
Sure.
The problem I have is the test. Is the test 100? Are we reliable, or is it the teacher 100% reliable? Because the problem I have is, for example, grade 8 R.E. Davis in math, 92% failed. Okay. 0 exceeded, 0 meets standards. How are they getting moved on to the next grade if they can't even meet the standards? So that, to me, there's something, totally understand, is where it should look more like, hey, they're meeting standards 50% in C, 25, B, but what that tells me is how they're getting graded at the school. And that is it's emotions, it's political, it's all that type of stuff. And what the test is also evaluating is the teacher, not just the student, because the actual teacher should be close to grading what they're actually putting on paper and turning in. But that's just one example how it's 2 different stories. One, the test is correct, or one, the teacher is correct. So which ones is it? Because we have right now, teachers are just giving grades. They could be because they feel bad for the kid. They just feel the world's against them. But you know what? When they leave and graduate, the world's a tough place, and the world's gonna correct it. So we're doing, those kids out there should gain tough love and getting what needs to happen, because giving them a passing grade just because we love you, that's not love. That's actually, to me, that's setting up the kids for failure in the future. So that is just one thing I want to go at, but if you can reiterate, well, how in the heck that 92% fail, and the teachers are just moving them along to the next grade?
Well, where we're,
Mr. Chair, point of order. Can you please get the public into order?
so in the case of all of our schools, but particularly the one that you mentioned, we're working to, we've got new leadership there. We've done some instructional enhancements that certainly we'll be glad to talk about, but we're working to try to improve that. But to be honest with you, and I want to keep this brief, but try to answer your question. This is year 26 for me in education. There has always been questions about test validity and test alignment, and do tests really give an accurate picture of how students are doing. We make no excuse for the fact that student achievement needs to be improved. There's no question about that. And we also don't make an excuse for the fact that we need to accurately assess our students in all three measures. So one of the things that we've done district-wide is we've talked about the implementation of formative assessments. Formative assessments are basically stopgap tests during the school year before you take your end of course or end of grade test that allow us to kind of see how students are doing all along. We have not historically done that across the board in the district. We've done it in spots, but not across the board. So that's something that we have boned up on make sure that folks do, so that we have a better picture of how students are doing along the way. But what you're talking about is not different than districts across South Carolina, and I would argue the United States are experiencing, where if I look at an indicator of career and college ready, I think the state average might be 24% in South Carolina. So, and ours isn't quite there, so I know we're behind the state. But the point is, there have always been discussions about test validity and align with local standards, and we'll continue to look at it. I think part of the issue is kind of what you've addressed. We have a significant amount of work to do to catch kids up from, and I don't like to use the word learning loss, but the different learning that occurred during the pandemic. I think kids were still learning. They just might not have been learning according to the standards that we normally taught, because learning was fragmented at best. And again, not an excuse, but it's an explanation of the work that we need to do to catch people up. Hence, the remediation and the things that we've talked about. Hence, looking at alternatives like advanced teacher roles, which we're still looking at, the feasibility of implementation, which gives us shop floor, if you will, leadership for teachers. Because, as I alluded to earlier, all of this work is being done while we are dealing with employability issues, with making sure that we have the right teacher in the classroom and all of that. So, I know that might not be a complete answer in terms of what we're going to do about it today, but it is a fix that we're starting to work towards.
Yeah, and I totally understand, and comparing us to others, like Mr. Baton mentioned, is we gotta get on the ball.
Sure.
And we may have to have a backbone and just start making changes from cell phones to the code of conduct, because that all affects, especially middle and high school. Is we got to get sterner, and I don't care to be liked. I hope that everybody knows that, and I think this whole board knows that. Is we need to be there for the children and making sure that they're ready, because the businesses out there say, our people that are graduating are not ready.
Yes, sir.
And that's horrible. And they just don't know how to add, subtract, just doing the basic stuff. So even, and I even looked at it, is it the difference between certified teacher and teacher? I look at Cherryville. Believe it or not, the 4th grade over at Cherryville in ELA, the non-certified teacher did better than the certified teacher. Come on. So we need to get on this and start really digging in and saying, look, are you just giving them the grades or not? And be hard, because we're not telling our parents, their parents are getting report cards and they're seeing A, B, or B's and C's and they're passing, but we're not telling them the truth. They're not. So the parents think, hey, my kid's all doing well. Give them the hard facts. If they're failing, fail them. Don't be the nice guy. And this is the core of everything right now. Right here is the core, the grades and making sure our kids are set up. We cannot do this. It doesn't matter about stadiums. It doesn't matter about sports. It doesn't matter any of that. It matters about their grades and getting ready. If we can't do that, then we're all failing. So we need to start getting on it and get these teachers to start grading what they're supposed to be grading and teaching these kids what they're supposed to be, and bring the parents in and say, look, sorry, your kid's not cutting it right now. I need your help to get back at home. The parents have a responsibility in this too. So if we need to get the parents involved, we need to get the parents involved and get them in here. And also tell them, if they're not it's okay. Have a tough skin. Kid's not cutting it. It's not cutting it. But we're going to help you to get them going. But it's okay to fail them. It's okay to get the D's. But you're showing statistics, and I get it, what you're saying is it's not overall, but really the statistics should be mixed. You're seeing failure, teachers are passing. So there's a problem there, and we need to get on it. If we can't do that, we're done.
Okay?
Mr. Chair.
Madam Johnson.
Thank you, thank you. Dr. Wright, I appreciate some of the comments that you made, and I think that a lot of those comments were very valid. Mr. Palumbo, I appreciate the concern that you brought up around the test scores. I will say, and we've heard it in this board meeting in the past, R.E. Davis was one of the schools where we did not have sufficient teaching staff there. Those classrooms were being manned by anybody, literally almost anyone they could find. And this went on for full years in some of those grade levels, in some of the curriculum as well. English, math, so on and so forth, the core areas where these students are being tested. I do feel like we're in a better place at R.E. Davis right now, and I suspect whenever we get the next set of test scores, they will look different. I don't know that for certain, but I would imagine, given the fact that we do have steady classroom teachers in these buildings, or in that particular building. I also understood what you said around the non-certified versus the certified. There is a level of commitment, and we always have to hold the teachers accountable. But whenever you see that number of students failing, you have to go back to what is being taught, or how it's being taught as well. It's not always just the students not doing what they're supposed to be doing. So again, just going back to the fact that we do have classroom teachers out there now, I think they may be down one, that they may have even filled that one. We should see a difference in that school.
I totally understand where you're coming from, and actually I'm not putting it on the teachers. A lot of it is teachers. I love teachers, and they could be warm and they want to take care of their children. And they want to give them the benefit of the doubt, and they kind of, okay, you didn't get a D. Okay, I'm going to give you a C. Just because I just want to make sure that we are being stringent and making sure that if the kid that only does half his work, he gets a 20% or a failing, That's why I want to make sure is don't say keep sending it back and say, hey, you get extra credit or just redo it again and give it to me. That's where I'm getting at, is we need to be stern with the children.
Mr. Chair, I just have a couple comments and questions, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir.
First, I want to read directly from the Sumter School District Grading Manual. I've studied this quite extensively since the last time we had a meeting or a presentation that was presented by the curriculum and instruction director. I walked away, all due respect, I walked away with that meeting more confused than I was prior to walking into it. So I've done my own research. The grading manual says that there is that teachers will update a minimum of 1 grade per week in Power Teacher, Power or Pro Gradebook. These percentages are averaged in the gradebook to determine the report grade chart or letter grade. As grades are finalized each quarter, any quarter, and here comes the crux of this, with the exception of the final quarter, below 50% should be manually adjusted to 50% to align with uniform grading scale conversion chart, which to me as a layman and a non-expert means that a student can get a 0 and turn nothing in and still get a 50%. Am I correct in that assessment? First, and then secondarily, and I'm sorry, sir, I'm almost there. I know I'm coming in hot. That said, okay, so 50% is so what we're doing here is we talk about excellence, we talk about global success, this, that, and other, but how can we actually do that if we're handing out participation trophies? Because that's what a 50% when giving to any student. I don't care where they come from, what side of town they come from, what color skin they come are, it makes no difference. If we're giving anyone a credit where it's not due, that's participation trophy stuff, and I'm not okay with that. That said, and we can disagree on that. My question is, and go to Mr. Palumbo's point, I pulled up the SC Ready district, and again, I'm not comparing against others. I know that we've come out of COVID, we're having we are getting traction, and I am thankful for that. I do believe that we are in a better place, as Ms. Johnson stated. I truly believe that. We have a long way to go. We're all aware of this. However, Mr. Palumbo's point, I'm going to foot stomp the heck out of this. We have a graduation rate of 71% in Sumter County. I'm sorry, 77.1%, which is down year over year. Fine, we're adjusting, we're correcting. I'm happy to see that. However, SC ready, college or career ready, so consider this, keep in mind 77%. We're graduating 77% of our student body, the seniors. We have college or career ready, 40%, meet 40% standard, who are college and career ready, which from my assessment is the real targeted one, because what you told us, sir, is this isn't hard stuff to achieve. I mean, it may be some because of family situation, I get that, I come from that. And so it's going to be a bigger leap, a bigger step for many of our students. We have a large body of poverty in this community, for sure. And we know that that's a factor. However, this is not difficult to reach. So my concern is, as Mr. Palumbo stated, how do we have a 77% graduation rate and a 12% college and career ready rate? It doesn't comport with me. I don't know how to make that make sense. And so, anyway, so I would love a further non-convoluted, not necessarily from you, sir. Please don't take me as I'm not attacking. I think this is, all the things we're doing, we spend a whole lot of time talking about schools, community centers, all these other things that have nothing to do with education output. And here we are today, going to talk about that same thing in executive session. We can walk and chew gum at the same time, but why are we not focused on data and statistics? So I don't know if there's a question in there, sir. It's more of a statement, but I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, madam?
I'd like to piggyback on one thing he said. Teachers at the high school level and the middle school level somewhat are very frustrated with having to, let's say Johnny comes to class for we're on the semester thing, but every 6 weeks is like a semester. Comes to class, sleeps for the first 6 weeks. The teacher cannot give them a 0. They have to give him a 50. And so all of a sudden he decides, okay, I'm going to work. But the problem is when that child is tested, EOC, end of course, he only learned half of the material that he's going to be tested on when he's tested for EOC. And the state, we have to, let's say, if you fail the EOC, you're also penalized for the score in the classroom. But why would you expect him to do well? It won't. And the reason, there is a correlation to that 50, having to give that 50.
The short answer that I'd like to give in here is I am more than happy to work with this board to review that requirement.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes, you may, Ms. White.
Yes, I would like to piggyback on what several of the other members have said. One thing that I caught, and I thank Ms. Disney for bringing this to our attention. She mentioned the fact that penalized for low scores. However, I think we need to worry less about penalties and more about the education that the child is receiving. Because, and this is my humble opinion, when Johnny sleeps through 6 weeks of school and does not turn anything in, we have not done him any favors by giving him a 50. Johnny doesn't know the material, so Johnny doesn't have the education. It is our job to make sure that these children earn the grades. They need to learn the lessons to be ready. And I would rather see the real grade and have these low scores than have convoluted grades that are based on, oh, they get a starting point of 50 and they didn't even show up. So we've got to make sure that they're receiving the education. And if you're giving them half of it to start with and they're not actually doing the work, then we have not done that child a favor at all. We need to make sure if we have a 0 because he's not doing anything, the problem that caused that needs to be addressed so that he can start learning as he should. So I think that needs to be factored into the equation.
Mr. Chair,
Okay,
I've
Ms. Johnson?
heard something mentioned twice, and I assume that is literal versus figuratively, and that is students sleeping in the classroom. I think that that's a totally different issue, that a student would be allowed even to sit in a classroom. If a teacher has said this, sit in a classroom and sleep, somebody should come and remove that student from that classroom. So I think that that's a different issue.
Mr. Chair,
I agree.
let's place it differently. The student is not performing well. Made a 30, but is given a 50. And sometimes you can bring up a 50, but that doesn't mean that that student learned anything from that first part. So let's not use the sleeping as to get us away from the focus of what the problem is. And the other thing I think we need to remember, the state says if you miss 10 days of class, you're out. You don't get credit for that course. I don't think we're enforcing the 10-day well.
And Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I know for a fact people are sleeping in the classroom and the teachers aren't doing anything. I know for a fact they're smoking in the classroom, vaping in the classroom, and the teachers are afraid. Just put it this way, I have skin in the game and I know who's in these classrooms, and probably the superintendent knows what I'm talking about. I know for a fact this is going on all over the place. So again, it goes back to the disciplinary as a code of conduct. And cell phone usage is the biggest issue. I'm telling you, we got to get our hands around this stuff. That's what's going to bring up these scores. If they know this stuff and they know they're going to get penalized, that's why I said after school detention, Saturday schools, bring an old school back because it worked. because it actually worked. So that's the stuff that we need to get a backbone as a group and start implementing, even though the community or parents are not going to like it. But guess what? We're doing it for them, for their children, because we love their children. It's not that we're doing it just to be hateful. We're doing it to make sure they're going to have, it doesn't matter what color, creed, religion, whatever, that they get out of our Sumter School District, that we are saying that we're superior and we are the best school district, and they're off to go to Continental, they can go to work to these big corporations, and they have a successful life. But it comes down to this, is being hard on the kids. It's fine. If we have to be a Jack Bleep on that, again, fine, because guess what? We're doing it because we love you. Not that we're here to be, and so we need to stop being this wishy-washy type of person and start being hard on these kids because we love them. Thank you.
All right? Is there any further discussion of the matter? At this point,
Yes, sir.
it's a,
If I can, just a bit. I am not aware of students violating policy and not addressing it. If I am clear that students are violating policy, 100% of the time, if it comes to the superintendent's desk, I'm going to address it. So I just want to make sure that's clear. We're not where we need to be, but I don't know about misconduct and not address it. So.
That was towards you. It was more of what's going on in a daily operation. If I told you every single incident, you would be on the phone every single day.
Mr. Chair, I know this is not necessarily directly at curriculum instruction, but there is a bleed over. So to Mr. Palumbo's point, and I think, to be honest, I think every board member has folks they talk to in the district and hear things, and so, of course we have to take everything with a grain of salt and validate it because that's the only fair thing to do. However, I'm hearing some specific issues where, and I would agree, I have no reservation to believe that the superintendent isn't being completely forthright in that perspective, but where I see the problem may lie, if it is in fact a widespread problem, is the problem don't even get to you. And so that's where I hear this quite often, where we'll just use one of the premier elementary schools, for example, where part of the disciplinary reporting process is to do a three-part carbon copy paper. And then apparently after 2 weeks, so there's an infraction, the teacher writes it up, they submit it. If there's a certain protocol that happens, teachers are notified, parents are notified, X, Y, and Z. That said, it basically, what I'm hearing, and I think that this is something we need to get our hands around right away, and I just recently heard this on several occasions, is that it is a possibility where every 2 weeks these infraction notifications are just kind of being tossed and it's starting over. And so that is, as far as I'm concerned, that is a end around of the Code of Conduct enforcement. And so I don't have any specifics right now. However, I am very interested in readdressing this Code of Conduct, because I think there is a lot. We knew this in last year when we were talking with teachers, parents, students, that discipline was one of the chief problems in this school district inside the classroom. That's what I heard. I'm still hearing it. I hear that we're doing better, which is a great thing, but I am very interested in readdressing that particular issue, because I think a lot of things may, if it in fact is happening, is not reaching your level, and I think that's the problem, and that is a problem if it is in fact happening. So thank you very much.
I have one question, Mr. Chair. I have one question. Mr. Superintendent, can you tell us if we're still using paper to capture infractions that are being submitted to the office for students, discipline-wise, in this world of technology?
In some cases, yes, ma'am. We're using a combination of paper and electronic.
Okay, because electronics, I think if we can do something electronically, it's in the system. They shouldn't be able to remove it from the system.
Sure.
It should only be done at a higher level and with probable cause. So it might be something we can look into to help address that.
Yes, ma'am.
Just to, wrap things up, 'cause it's that time. But I agree with, everything you guys said across the board. I agree. Looks like the key issue here is accountability, and that's the key issue. We got to hold folks accountable. And I do feel like, going forward that we can make this difference. We just got to continue to push as a board. We have to continue to push. We have to continue to support our superintendent. As far as, as we continue to support him, we got to, he hopefully he going to continue to support his staff, hold them accountable, as well as all the way down from there. Because understand, if your top is not right, then your bottom is not going to be right. So we got to hold individuals accountable, and I think that going forward, we can make this difference as a board, as a community, as leaders in the Sumter County School District. So I'm looking forward to that. Chairman, let's wrap it up.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. All right, Mr. Superintendent.
We've got item 5.3. I would like to ask Mr. Samuel Myers and Mr. Chris Cato to come forward. Board members, you will be receiving some documents for your purview, and we'll have them present the information to you at this time. Point of clarification, this work that you're looking at tonight is at the Maywood site, but it is for R.E. Davis Athletics. I want to be clear that, boy, this is going to come out wrong. Before my arrival, there was work done to try to get a field on the R.E. Davis site. The site was deemed inefficient, inappropriate. So what you will hear tonight is a site for R.E. Davis children, but at the Maywood site. Clarification.
Good evening.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Mr. Cato and I will give a brief overview of the work that has been done at the Maywood site for R.E. Davis. The work that has been done, well, first of all, I'd like to extend some thank yous to our board members. I've heard repeatedly, the support that you have for children, and I take that as being genuine. And I know that the work that you do and the things that you see, when I've seen you and others have seen you at the R.E. Davis site or the Maywood site during the time that the children were performing, you appeared to be enjoying yourself and watching them, even with the various athletic events that took place. And we just wanted to indicate some of the things that we've done, but one of the most important pieces was the options that go toward the final building that we wanted to make an assessment with. Mr. Cato is going to go through that and lay out those three final options of the last thing that needs to be done at that site. Mr. Cato.
Good evening. Hope you all are doing good. If you look on the papers that I've given you, it says, good evening. The following are estimated budget numbers for proposed bathroom / concession area stand at Maywood be utilized by the R.E. Davis campus. These are rough estimates only and just a range of what the cost could potentially be. It could run a little bit less or it could run a little bit more. Option one is a CMU block building, and that's similar to Furman's concession stand, if you've been out there to that campus. That would run about $400,000 to $425,000. Option 2 is a wood frame building with rib steel exterior panels, and you have 10-foot high perimeter walls. That would run about $375,000 to $400,000. And if you look on your drawings that I have with the overview on the back, you can see both of those options for the design would be, on one it's marked option 1 and option 2. That's about similar design. One would just be with a block exterior. The other would be with the steel exterior. And option 3, it's a lighter gauge steel building with the interior be framed by a different contractor to meet our needs. This would run $290,000 to $305,000. And at the facilities meeting the other night, when I spoke with Dr. Reagan, I had estimated it to be about $150,000 on the low end at the facilities meeting, but I revised this after consulting with a different vendor. At the time, I was basing that off of numbers of a similar building, but when I got down to more numbers, I realized it was going to be higher than it was, which is why I revised that.
Is that it?
Questions?
Yes, sir, I have some questions.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, if you wouldn't mind. How many student athletes will be affected by this, any one of these? How many student athletes will be utilizing this facility?
Well, the R.E. Davis students are the ones, can't give you an exact number of how many players they might have. It may fluctuate. However, for the use of the building, it would be for those students
Oh, sure, understood.
initially, and the others who would come to compete against them.
Roger that. Well, last year, and correct me if I'm wrong, R.E. Davis had to forfeit some football games because they didn't have enough students to play because of, I'm hearing from, academic, academic hold, thing like that. And so, that said, when I was out there, and you're right, I did enjoy it. It was a great game. It was high energy. It was very good. And so I'm happy that those student athletes had a good field to play on. That said, though, is we have to look holistically. Are we getting the bang for the buck out of here? And so that's sort of the question I'm asking myself is, how many student athletes will use this? If there's 15 football players at $400,000, and couple the fact and I know that we sometimes disagree on the trajectory of the student body population based on where you get your information, but there's no question that we're losing student body in the public school system. That's a trajectory that's been going on for 5 years, easy. We're losing 500 students a year to alternative schools, homeschooling, charter, public, or all the above. And so at what point do we say that putting in a minimum, and I'm saying a minimum here, $290,000, a low end, $150,000, and I get on top of a $158 million budget, that's sort of pennies. But the point is if we keep nickeling and diming ourselves on projects that just are not going to be used long term, I don't see the value in that. And so my concern is, before I would even be interested in talking about this, I want to know the data. I want to know how many students are going to be projected from, to utilize this. How long is this going to take? Are we going to make this a sports complex to be utilized for other schools? I mean, there's a lot of options out there. This, to me, is not enough for me to make a solid judgment on. So that's really all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I do have a question. Do we know the lifespan of option 3 versus option 2?
It would be similar. I mean, it's just a lighter gauge steel. It's not as heavy, but I mean, you would get similar uses out of it.
Okay. And I agree, it would be difficult to determine the number of students that would be served. We just need the facilities to accommodate the students that are served. That area out there, as long as we keep our school open, that R.E. Davis school open, and that I will always be supportive of keeping that school open because of where those students are traveling from already. We do need facilities to accommodate them. They should be given the same choice that other students have at other schools within the district for acceptable facilities on their property, or at the Maywood property, because they can't do it at the R.E. Davis property. And the money is already earmarked for R.E. Davis. I don't see anything wrong with a vote to move that money over for the Maywood project.
Mr. Chair.
All right? Ms.
I know one of our public presenters, spokesperson tonight, mentioned safety. I mean, that is out there a long ways. And I see that you have a 10-foot high perimeter walls. Tell me about them, how safe, will that keep anybody out from coming in and being destructive?
No, ma'am, you're just kind of confused on that. With the 10-foot high perimeter wall, that's just the exterior of the building.
Okay, so we
That's
don't
not,
have,
that's not a fence
we don't have
around
a
it.
fence then?
There is a fence around the property, but it's a standard.
Is it a fence one could jump over?
It's the standard fencing.
Well, are you talking about 5 foot?
No, we're talking about a 6 foot or more. It's 6 foot. It's no less than 6 feet. It's just like at our other schools. It's the same identical fencing that's at our other schools.
So fencing is not included in this bid?
No, ma'am. This is basically a bathroom and concession area, because if you have an event, just like you were speaking of them having their homecoming, everybody went out there. For the 2 bathrooms that are in the existing field house, it's not adequate for the amount of people that would be attending a game, whether it's a football game or a track meet or what have you. So this would give them more bathroom facilities, and it would have a central concession stand area to be able to provide for people also if they came out for that.
Okay, and I just don't know, so I'm going to ask, does this include the HVAC necessary for those dressing rooms and concession?
Yes, ma'am, everything's included in that.
Okay.
This, Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
in our facilities committee meeting, the committee was presented a spreadsheet. And I don't think we shared this with this board, but it was relating to the work that has already been done. So I guess my question is, and I don't really see the CFO tonight, but $56,000 have already been spent. And so just for clarification, because now I vaguely do remember Mr. Cato bringing this up. I think the confusion for me came from the fact the way it was worded on the agenda. Kind of sort of threw me off because I knew we were talking about Maywood, but the actual agenda read R.E. Davis. So it kind of threw me off, and I wasn't sure when I asked in the beginning. However, with the money that was already spent, this additional money for the field house that I remember you talking about, this is coming from the money that's allocated already for R.E. Davis, which is about $400,000, or, well, it should be down now because some of the money was already spent. And that's what I'm saying. This board did not receive that information from my understanding. And only the committee members got the information that signified money that was spent, which equal to the amount of $56,000.
Yes, sir.
And then there was some routine maintenance that was done for about $29,000. But the additional, so what's left to do at Maywood is to put a field house at Maywood for the Maywood football field area.
Yes, sir.
And what we're trying to decide is whether or not we're going to go with option 1, 2, or 3. So, and I don't know if you all have the answer, but how much of the money, of the allocated money, do we have left of that $400,000 that we're talking about? How much is left? Because according to this, we've spent $56,215. And not all of this money, according to this ledger, came from the allocated amount. Some of it came out of the general fund. So I don't know either. So I know I don't think it's the pleasure of this board to take additional money and do what is necessary for Maywood, because we already had $400,000 allocated to the project. So I guess I'm seeking more clarification as well, because if this is something that we need to get done, then we can get it done. But I know we've already spent some money, and I don't know how much of that came from the allocated amount of the 388 or 400,000 that's for Ari Davis to get this done. So, I mean, do we know how much we have left to spend on whatever's remaining for this project?
It would be the allocated amount, Dr. Reagan.
So it's still $388,000
Yes, sir.
something dollars.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So the initial work that was done out there was done, again, as I've stated, as any other work would be done at any of our schools. So because of the interest of time, I made the decision to get the initial work done with the field prep, painting, roof work, things of that nature, and that was what was reflected in the report to the facilities committee. And again, we can certainly share that document with you all before you leave tonight. We'll get it printed off and share it with you. Certainly not trying to hide that.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, and I know we keep saying football field house or football. That's not the only sport that we're looking at here. We're looking at track. Yeah. So we need to keep all of that in mind, that it's being utilized for various sports, not just one sport.
Yeah. And I'd like to comment, we need to be so careful because of Title IX.
That we're not discriminating.
Absolutely, Title IX would shut us down.
To be clear,
Violation.
at that site too, for those that are not familiar, the track is separate from the football field. So the track, when we arrived there and began looking at the work, was completely covered with grass and unkempt and things of that nature. So that work required the removal of grass and then the replacement with clay on that, which again was authorized by me out of school district capital outlay funding. That was in place, and we wanted to do that work in the interest of time because of preparing it for this football season here. So that's and soccer and all of the other things that we're trying to offer there. Points well taken. You know, we are talking about for a small amount of students, but basically what we're trying to do is get it where it is comparable to what you might see at any of our other middle schools. The challenge with all of this is the Maywood site, because it was closed and because of where it is, probably was neglected for years. So that's what we were trying to do. And the initial work, again, was not different than superintendent decisions that are normally made about upgrade or fixing facilities and within budget. And so this work that we're proposing now, the recommendation would be that it come from the funding that is earmarked for the school. So.
And that's not a problem, because and I don't think that's an issue. I think the problem or the issue is the fact that we just need to hurry up and get this done. Because I mean, at this point, I've been on the board for almost 5 years, and we've been talking about this for quite some time, and the money is sitting there. And I understand that this body voted to put a halt and come back and get a cost analysis to be done to figure out what is being spent. But the money has been voted on, and the money is still there. And I'm not sure what's taking so long just to get this work done, and I don't know. But I think the issue is how long it's being prolonged to get done. And I think if we just put the time and attention to just get it done, then we can, not to say put it to rest, but we could be done with it. And those kids can have what they need But these other side conversations that are coming up, I think this is slowing us up. This is really slowing us up, in my opinion. But I mean, I go back to my original question. How much money do we have left? And according to what I heard, we still have the $388,000 that's allocated still to this project after spending whatever else we spent and gave to the facilities committee. Okay.
That's correct.
All right, are there any other questions or comments?
I have a question. I just want to, and it's off of this. I just have one question for Mr. Myers. Could you give us an update status with the Crestwood facility?
Sure.
No.
The Crestwood facility, as far as creating a stadium for those athletes and coaches, the bids are out. They're due back by the 22nd of February. However, we had a site visit last week. There has been considerable conversations about moving from the grass field to the artificial turf. After hearing from the coaches and the players and doing some research and looking around the region where those players will be playing this year and with some of the ones they played last year, our athletes would be behind the eight ball, if you will, if we did not move in that direction, because the schools they'll be playing are working toward getting their artificial fields as well. And we have looked at it, we've researched it, and we've looked at the various things to do. So that is a direction that we're going to move in, and I think it's worth the effort to put into it, and with the support that you've given to that. We don't want our children to be left out, if you will. We want to make sure they have the things that they need in order to perform, like all of the others that they've played in region championships, they played in state championships, lower state championships, and played on those kinds of surfaces. So we want to make sure that we can do that as well. So
I agree. And is it possible by the first board meeting in March, you have us full details on when they're going to start this process? We need a date, because this has been going on for quite prolonging, and this could have been a situation that could have been handled last year, and here we go. We're in February 2024, and we still have these same questions. So I think, as a board member and the public, at least, the first board meeting in March, we need an update when they're going to start. And I greatly appreciate that. If I can get that. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Madam?
Mr. Myers, may I also ask you a question?
yes, ma'am.
Regarding the Sumter High School Stadium, we have some ADA issues. Are we going to address those fairly quickly
At the stadium,
at the stadium?
all of the areas that require ADA accommodations will be addressed, and we've got to make sure we can get with the athletic directors to bring us up to speed on some of the things they may have noticed.
Or the principal? I think she's
well-
aware of it too.
Well, the principal, athletic director,
Sure.
any of them who are aware of those things that we may not be, but we want to make sure we can get all of those. So
Right.
we'll get with them, and not just there, but at all of our
Right.
sites. We'll make sure those areas are addressed, yes.
And I just ask that we do it quickly.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
a couple things on the Maywood. We do have access to Maywood Middle School, correct?
When-
We do have access to it. Because it sounds like we're putting a building, like there's no school there. Because doesn't the school have bathrooms and actually probably also locker rooms in there that we can re-modify in the facilities out there? Because it used to be a middle school, correct?
That's correct.
So we do have locker rooms and stuff and bathrooms out there, correct?
In the locker rooms?
In the locker rooms out there, correct? So I don't see the option of, that could be one of the options, or remodify in there as a cost. I don't see that on here. I just see a $500,000 building when we have a $2 to $3 million building sitting right there. So why didn't we look at, and I know about Title IX, and it says comparable. Doesn't mean they have to be exact. They just have the right to be equal, right? So the bathrooms in there, the locker rooms in there are all there. So our taxpayer don't have to spend a $500,000 when those facilities are actually there on the campus, correct? So why are we looking at this? Because we don't even know what we're doing with Maywood right now. So why are we investing a $500,000 in this school, in this school that we actually have the facilities on the campus right now, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, point of order. There's a lot of commentary from the public that is very distracting, and I would appreciate it if you could get that in line. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm not hearing it.
I get it. My hearing aids are in, and I'm definitely hearing it.
All right, okay.
We can hear it online and it's quite disruptive.
Okay, all right. I'd like to remind the public that this is a board meeting, and while we're delighted to have you present, we need you to keep your commentary at a minimal, okay? Thank you very much. Now, questions, comments, and Mr. Myers,
Yes, sir.
when you say there are lockers now, I'm missing something. What are you saying?
There's a locker room
In the
building
Maywood
itself.
building.
In the building itself, correct.
Did they use that locker room as a field house when the middle school or the high school was there?
They used the one that's already there, and it was only for, and the point that our vice chair made in reference to ensuring that Title IX is kept intact, the building itself was a football field house where we only had male students utilizing that.
Okay.
Now, seeing that the building has been closed for 5 years, they did not have a need to go back into the building because they had the access to the building that's already there.
So when you're talking about locker rooms, you're talking about locker rooms out in the present field house, right?
Right.
Okay, not in the building.
Well, in the building, yes. He was asking about the locker rooms in the gym, in the gym.
In the gym.
Yes.
Let me see if I can rephrase my question. The facilities in the former Maywood High School gym was used for in-house activities, not field activities.
That is correct.
Am I?
That's correct, yes.
That's okay. So I think we need to make the difference between the two.
Sure.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, my whole thing is these are athletes. I think they can run from inside the school out to the field to get ready to go to play sports. So we already have facilities. We already have locker rooms. We already have bathrooms. We already have that. Why are we going ahead and paying $500,000 for more bathrooms that we don't even know what we're going to do with Maywood?
And correct me if I'm wrong, either the superintendent or Mr. Myers, but when it comes to facilities being closed, you don't just automatically put students back in there without OFS, I believe that's the Office of Facilities. You just don't, they have to go back in that building and get it approved before you decide that you're going to go and place students back inside of a school facility that has been closed down.
Yes, sir, that's correct. Yes, sir.
I had one other question, Mr. Myers. After you and Ms. English had a conversation about Crestwood, has DHEC approved everything for the Crestwood field?
Yes, we have all of what we need to get started with that.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I was just curious.
Yes.
I don't want us to have the same problem there that we had at Maywood. And
No.
had it already Davis.
We're good.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Further discussion, questions? If there are none, thank you. Thank you both.
Mr. Chair, point of privilege.
Privilege.
Yes, sir. I believe I left a piece of my, and you can tell me I can't go back if you want to, but I believe I left a piece of my report off, and I can get clarity from the superintendent. Is this something that we want to present tonight? I know the CFO is not here. Well, I don't see it in the room. However, there was a recommendation made that they wanted to come from the facilities committee in terms of facilities getting or moving funding. And so I didn't know how to take that, whether it was for finance or whether it's for facilities, but I know it came through because we were talking about capital projects. So is this something that we want to present tonight or move it at a later time?
Really needs to be presented tonight, but since in her absence, we can present it at February 26th meeting. I think we'll still be okay. Yes, sir. I'll take responsibility for that, and we'll present it at February 26th meeting.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. Okay. Mr. Superintendent, is there anything further in your report?
No, sir, that concludes the superintendent's report for tonight.
Thank you, sir. Item 6, executive session. What's your pleasure?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I move to make a motion to enter an executive session for discussion of individual student matters, transfers in and out of district, and the monthly personnel report, appointment, compensation, promotion, demotion, discipline, termination, and/or release of an employee, discussion of the Broad Street property, discussion of proposed Delane Community Center, and discussion of the superintendent's contract.
Second.
All right. There's really no debate of the issue. We're all in accord that we will enter into executive session at this time for Return to open session unless there's an objection. Hearing none, we're back into open session. Item 8, action required. Actions related to executive session. Student? No student. No student. Okay. We have,
Mr. Chair,
yes,
just a point of privilege. Anybody else having issues getting logging in? Again?
I'm in,
Yeah, I can't get in there.
but I didn't log out.
okay. All right, motions?
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve option number 2 for R.E. Davis athletic proposal as presented with the proviso that it does not exceed $388,000.
Mr. Chair, I second that motion.
Motion and second, is there any discussion? Those who support the motion will indicate with a show of hands. Those who oppose, the same sign. It carries. Okay? Motion? Huh?
Virtual. How about the virtual people?
I'm sorry, I
Did they vote
forgot.
online? Because I voted online.
Yeah, I could have voted online.
Okay, Susie, what's your,
Here, I'll do it right here.
I'm sorry,
Mr. Boyle, your name?
Miss White?
I voted electronically no.
She's voted electronically no.
No, okay,
Ms. Disney?
Mr.
I put it on
McLeod?
there. Yay.
Okay, it carries.
Reverend King, are you ready?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah. It carries. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me of that, Dan. Okay, okay.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve personnel report for Monday, February 12th, 2024, as presented.
Is it supported?
Second.
Motion is supported. Is there any discussion? If there is no discussion, we'll proceed to the vote. The motion passes. Thank you. Is there another motion? That was just the two?
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay, well, that's unusual, okay. Yeah, okay, all right. The consent agenda, item number 9 is before us. If there are no objections, it will stand approved. Hearing none, it's approved. Item 10, closing of the session. I'll hear any arguments that would prevent us from closing. Hearing none, I suspect we'll close. God bless you. Have a good night.
Thank you, sir.